Who's that? I see somebody. Be right there. I'm putting on my makeup. Touching up my appearance. Okay. Who's there? There! Zaire Brown. Excalibur! Dude! Are you still over with Gary and Marianne? Or what's up, bro? Is this the first time you're on my live stream, Excalibur? Dude, what are you doing? Have you ever seen me before? Live? Like what I look like? Here, let me turn the music down a bit. Dude! You're so funny. You're so Californian. What's going on, brother? Brother Cali boy? Oh, okay. I got you. Well, thanks for finding me. Do I look like my videos? Sorta? Just like it? I've been good. Am I pronouncing your screen name correct? Is it Zaire? Can I say Zaire? Zaire, Africa? That's the famous Thrilla. Wait. What was the Muhammad Ali fight in Zaire? That wasn't a Thrilla in Manila. That was Manila, Philippines. Zaire. Okay. Yeah, what was the infamous fight in Zaire between Ali and, I don't know if it was Frazier or one of his opponents? Zaire meet Excalibur, Zaire. Have I asked you before, Excalibur, where's your family from? Or your heritage. Where's mom? Where's dad from? And question to you too, Zaire. Maybe you said before. Was it George Foreman in Zaire? Amen, Jay. Welcome back. I know, dude. That guy got so fortunate. 1974. Amen. Let's see. I was 12 years old. 7th grade. I watched it. I probably watched it with my dad in the living room in San Diego, California. Oh, they are. Cool. What's your heritage? Is it Mexico or do you know? It was an inside job for sure. I don't know, whatever, but I'm sure glad it didn't go through his head. That would have been another John F. Kennedy moment, and praise God it wasn't. Go down in history though. I thought about that. Wow. You're gonna if we're still around 50 years from now, 100 years from now, that's like my memory learning about John Wilkes Booth with Abraham Lincoln and was it Grant and John F. Kennedy. You know, you only hear about those things in history books. I was born when John F. Kennedy's assassination or thereabouts, but I've never been alive. And I even told my family, I said, you know what? The biggest fear I have is Trump being assassinated. I said that back in his first term. I said, I hope to God they're on top of things because, I mean, people are thinking about it. I said that from the very beginning. Anyways, yeah, praise God, he's still there. And what a moment. What a moment. It's awesome. Unfortunate, but awesome. Anyways, you know what I mean. Caliber, I'm at work. Got to finish up the paper. Okay, dude. Well, if you're still around when you get home, or are you a night shifter, or are you going home after this? More, Saya. Gosh, look at. I'm sorry. I'm talking, and oh, Zaire, are you an eighth grader going to ninth grade? Yeah. I got memories. Boy, you hear the thunder? Could you hear that? We got some lightning storms passing through with rain. Um, well, I'm dang. Cool, Zaire. I have a memory from that era. Some cool memories and some advice, and that is, if you're not up on your math, you might as well like just sign up for it and just keep going with it. Don't. Hey, Nathan, Jeff, Sasso. No. Where's over here, Jeff? What's close to the Civil War where you are? Oh, you're talking about in America, Jeff? Or well, let me get back to Zaire real quick. Uh, Number one advice is, even if you don't like math, do what you can. Oh, in Manchester. Okay. Do what you can to at least hang in there, and take the minimum, whatever it is you need to take that you can, pass. Oh, good old moving to a new place. Well, that sucks. I got to admit, especially at your age. Yeah, I know. I never had that issue, but yeah, I know what that age was about, and it sucks. It was a lot of peer pressure, and I could only imagine. The other things I hear, the other memory I have of eighth, ninth grade was speaking of math, my math teacher. His name was Mr. Conboy, Conboy, and that was pre-algebra. And I did well in pre-algebra, but that was about as far as I went, and I regret it later on, even in college. But he used to greet us every morning with, to the boys, "Good morning, big guy." And he would put his arm on the wood railing as we're walking up the steps, and he'd say, "Good morning, big guy." And I'd say, "Good morning, Mr. Conboy." And he had a big old ear to ear grin on his face, and he was more than sincere about welcoming you into the class. Every day we went up to that. It was a bungalow, the detached classroom. Yeah, I remember to this day. I'm 62 years old, and I remember Mr. Conboy very clearly. "Good morning, big guy." It was awesome. Nathan. Yeah, same thing. I don't know. I haven't been following, I have to admit, JD Vance, but uh, whoever Trump thinks is right, he's got my vote. So my mom's hometown is Columbus, Nathan. Yeah, he was. He was, like I said, he left an impression, and I did well. I actually got on the honor roll that year with Mr. Conboy. So got to give him some credit on that. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, he did. Wow. I didn't know that. Well, he obviously had a good reason for jumping ship, and I'm supporting him if Trump's supporting him. So Japan, Harumi. Oh my gulai. Harumi, don't leave yet. I have to say something to you. I don't even know you, but listen, listen. This is wow, small world. We're going back. 35 years ago, Harumi, I I was married once before. Unfortunately, I'm not proud of that, but I was married to a girl from Bangkok, Thailand. And we had an opportunity to accept an exchange student from Japan. And guess what her name was? If I'm not mistaken, if I can remember that long ago, it was around 30, 35 years ago. We had a Japanese exchange student stay at our home for 1 week, I think, 2 weeks, something. And I believe her name was Harumi. We also had a male Japanese exchange student. His name was Hiroki. I am pretty 90 to 100% sure her name was Harumi. You're not her, are you? Are you about 40, 50 years old by any chance? In your 50s, probably? Yeah, you would be about 50 years old, Harumi. I think she was about 15, 16 when she was a student from Japan. Wow. Small world. From Japan with the name Harumi. If that is your real name. Praise God, Muhammad. Assalamu alaikum, Muhammad, if you speak Arabic. You've been here before, Muhammad, I believe. Are you from India? I'm speaking the wrong language if you are, but Jeff, one American Rumi news outlet says it was staged. Another, yeah, it's all over the place. I'm avoiding the articles, Jeff. Yeah, I know. Well, praise God, Jeff. At least somebody still thinks so. That's right. You know what the problem is? Trump's not in office. Trump is not in office. That's the problem. My own opinion. We need to get we need to get the USA back focused on what founded America. There's 4 direct references to our creator in our Constitution. See if I can remember them. God, creator, divine providence, and God, creator, divine providence, and one other. Gosh, I had these memorized. But your background is Arab. You're a proud Texan. With a capital T, right, Muhammad? Everything's bigger in Texas. More. What is assonant? You have to educate me. Wa alaikum assalam, right? I just scrolled back and yeah, I'd have to Google that one, but you can tell me quicker more. What is assonant? The world was at peace. Look, I agree. That's why I couldn't understand. Why would anybody did people really? Okay, I already know the answer to my question. They weren't looking at his resume. They were looking at his person. Really? Come on. If you were hiring for a job that was the job description was such that Trump's was his, his what you would see on his resume. If you had a job that was open that had his qualifications, would you hire him? Even if he had, a tainted past and a mouth that sometimes, at least at the beginning, he stuck his foot in quite a few times, but yet he had the history, the work ethics that he had as a business person. Would you hire that man to grow your company? Come on. Willfully ignorant. There you go. Yeah, that's biblical, more right out of the Bible. They're willfully ignorant. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, well, like I said, Jeff, you know, he learned. I gotta say, that's my own opinion. He learned, and then he started um, structuring his speeches. And if you've ever heard that man speak, and my own humble opinion, if you've ever heard Trump speak what he writes, and without exaggeration, the person that comes to mind is Abraham Lincoln. The guy is brilliant. And in his first term, he even alluded to that. And I picked up on it. And I was waiting for him. It's like, well then show that side. And that was that I'm going to paraphrase what he said. He attended those schools, the best schools. He says, when I need to speak with the best, I can speak with the best. So the way I interpreted that was he can speak at many levels. And this isn't to downplay, us lay people that aren't maybe as privy, as he is, as educated, but he can speak kind of I guess we can call it the uneducated level, if he needs to get the crowd on his side, and to relate with them. Or if he has to be in a presidential is it once a year or twice a year? I forget the name of the meeting where he has all his cabinet or all his members in front of him, and they discuss many different policies as far as how we can improve them. Basically sitting in a boardroom with all the important people around him. He can speak at that level as well. Which may not be the level that he needs to speak at when he's down in Wildwood, New Jersey, speaking to 100,000 people. And so I was like, okay, I kind of caught something about who he really is. And he's a brilliant man. Yeah. Let me read. Gary Behrman, what's up, bro? Yeah, that's good, Jeff, as well. Come on, man. When Trump speaks, the whole world watches. Yeah. Well, like I said, he finally got it together shortly thereafter the beginning of his first term, and then it started to show, and you could hear it, and obviously his actions showed. I mean, come on. Look what the guy did. Look what he did with Mexico. Look what he did with Canada. Look what he did with China. He's a real estate mogul. Real estate is just land. So we're not just talking a piece of real estate like my property. A country is also real estate. South America is a piece of real estate. North America is real estate. South America, Europe, China, it's all real estate. The guy's brilliant. He can change the world. My own humble opinion. And that's why we need to get him back. He can do business. He can go toe to toe with China, but then you've noticed when he says, "Oh, but but him and I forget the Chinese leader's name, but him and I are good friends," he says, after saying they're not going to get away with what they've been doing to us for the last however many years. We're going to tax them. They're going to think twice about doing business like they have been. But him and I get along. You know, and he's dead serious. He can look at, Putin. He said the same thing about Putin. Him and I are good friends. Yeah. Anyways, sorry guys. Um, yeah, we're off on the Trump subject, and of course that's the latest happening. So, Zaire, let me scroll back a bit. Um, I read your comment, Zaire, Mohammed, Jeff, um, more. You explained incident narratives. Thank you. Um, yeah, Jeff, you're saying it scares us over here. I'm sure many countries are watching, just about to, like almost in silence, wondering, can you imagine? Can you imagine having for instance, and I'm going to keep reading here. Let me keep reading here. You got me really worked up, not worked up, but excited. Is more. I wish our politicians had the wherewithal and bluntness of Trump. Telling you. You know what? I believe it was. I say it all the time. I'm probably wrong. It was Newt Gingrich. I think I'm probably wrong. During his first term, Trump's first term, he said, I wish I could think like Trump." And this is a man that's like in his 80s, and for a man that elderly, to realize, this guy's got something that I don't, and I wish I had what he had. It was quite a compliment, coming from an elderly gentleman. I wish I could think like Trump. He's got a way that I don't think many people, even I don't even understand how he does it, but he can. And that's why I'm going to vote for him. I want to see what else he can do. Did you read Gary Melania's address after the incident happened? My wife, my son read it already, and then I read it afterwards on MSN. It's quite a nice and concerned letter that she wrote to the world. Where's Mike Pence? Jared Esper. President Xi, is that China? Committed fraud in Panama. Xi Jinping to China than the U.S. Trump paid more taxes to China than the U.S. Oh, than us. Okay, than us. Is that what you mean, Gary? Oh, Jules. Hey, lady. Beef menudo. We just had some, but I think the brother-in-law made it about 10 miles from here. My Asawa brought home some menudo with liver, beef, carrot, potato, all that yummy stuff. Oh, they pump CNN over here, and it's almost comedy. You know what, Jeff? They pumped CNN over in Iraq when I was there. That was the channel. What's up with that? CNN has a monopoly on international news or something? In 2004, 2005, when I had the one opportunity to be in front of a big screen, I was out in the middle of the dirt next to the Euphrates River, but I had to transport a Marine for a follow-up medical appointment. I was a medic, Navy corpsman. I was taking him to a higher level of care for a checkup, and I had to hang out and wait for him. While I was waiting, I got to watch a big screen at the cafeteria, the galley, as the Navy calls it, and CNN, nothing but CNN. And we said the same thing then. Just wanted to shut it off. True story, Jeff. Hey, Jamie. Is I mean, I've already learned. Um, I mean, and then some since then uh, about media is, I hate to say it, but what you're seeing on TV about the United States. Think about what the population of the United States is. It's close to 370 million people. That's 370 with six zeros after it. What percentage of that population do you think the United States media represents? That's pretty sad, but that's the way TV's been ever since TV was invented. On that note, when I was in Iraq and the population of the military then was approximately 175,000 U.S. troops over in Iraq, 2004, 2005. What percentage of those 175,000 men and women do you think CNN represented when they were broadcasting on the 60-inch big screens over there in Iraq in the cafeteria? I remember hearing CNN and seeing what they were saying, and just the few minutes that I had watching the channel, I was like looking around me going, am I the only one that feels this way? And all the other guys are just shaking their head and they're like walking off, and didn't even want to listen to it. Because what I was hearing, I'm like, where's this going on? You know, I, I've never seen that. I've never heard that. What part of Iraq are they talking about? Now, granted, I'm only in a small little space, relatively speaking, over there. But what about the other 174,900 and you know, I'm going to say there's 600 up in our battalion. So that would be what about the other 174,400? It's not happening to us 600. Yeah, so yeah, be careful with media. My recommendation, something I do, I'll read your comments here in a second, is I've found a few Donald Trump channels, that are specifically RNC, Republican National Committee, or a media outlet that covers Trump primarily, where what you see is a zoomed in picture of Donald Trump at his conventions and his speaking, where he speaks, and just try to listen to what he is saying, from his mouth, not what somebody else says he said. And you might not get very much news, but at least you're only hearing him speak. Just follow him. Subscribe to the channel on YouTube in particular, and just click on his channel and see where he is, whether it's a day ago or today or whatever, and listen and look for when he's actually speaking and saying the words, instead of listening to outlets that are saying what he said. And that's what I've done ever since I voted for Trump. And I still do it today. I have, and I'd be lying if I said I never, but I have seldom, and no kidding, I have seldom listened to what Biden has done since he's been in office. That might be ignorant of me, but that's what I decided to do. I don't have any interest in what he's doing. I don't want to know. Don't want to know. Just don't want to know. I'll just see around me what's going on. And then if I have to, I'll be thinking, okay, why am I hearing this? And then maybe I'll search for it. And once I turn it on, I usually end up turning it right back off because I'm falling into the trap I said I wasn't going to do. So, anyways, let's read here. Um, I read Jules. Um, Jamie said thinks there was a second shooter. Doesn't pull off a stunt like what took place in Butler. Um, well, the truth will come out more and more as they come, but from what I've heard, that sounds like what happened. A 20-year-old found a loophole and he took a good shot. Like somebody said, that was a hell of a shot with iron sights. If that's what I heard. I've shot a AR rifle iron sights at his distance before, and I even commented recently. I said, I remember trying to qualify at 500 yards, not 500 yards, at 500 feet, and the iron sight on the M16 completely covered the silhouette that I was aiming at. So I kept having to drop my sight down and look at the silhouette and raise it back up and drop it back down and raise it back up and drop it back down. I'm like, I even turned to the Marine next to me. I said, can you guys see that thing? And they're like, just do your best and pull the trigger and then have somebody report back, which they do. They'll tell you too high, too far to the left, too far to the right, too low, or we saw nothing. That's the worst case scenario. We didn't see a thing, and they're like, uh-oh. So we don't know where that one went. But I didn't qualify at 500. I didn't hit anything at 500. So 130 yards, 150, 130, 150, that's 400 to, between 400 and 500 feet. And if he had iron sights, that was a pretty darn good to even get near the head. He either got really lucky or awesome. Oh, you want me to keep it down? Sorry, baby. I'm waking my family up. I got my son telling me to keep it down. How many people in the United States do you think still don't know of the assassination attempt in Butler? I'll bet you, unless there's just some in hiding, I bet you everybody knows. Or that's a good guess, right? I salute you. My father was in the SAS and fought alongside the U.S. in Iraq. Hoorah. What year was that, Jeff? 13 people watching. Praise God, guys. Comment. Make some more comments. This is awesome. Somebody else come in and you can change the subject. We don't have to talk about, the recent events, but is that music too loud or is it low enough? Should I shut it off or is it okay? When he came in at that RNC, was that Monday night? His first appearance since the event took place with his bandage on his ear. I felt for him. I was nervous. I was watching his eyes and I thought, he's scared. He's doing well, but I mean, I'm surprised he, as they say, got back in the saddle so quick. Man, that guy must have been. I mean, I know how I was, when I first experienced, a 60 millimeter mortar or 80 millimeter mortar. Thank God it wasn't a single round striking me near my head. Do you think the Secret Service will get his job? Which guy? Oh, you mean the head of it? I didn't hear. Did they release him already, or? I haven't heard anything about that. Well, I even said though, I said it already, and that is, you know what? It takes events like this for policy changes to be modified, and unfortunately, that's the way it is. Just like motor vehicle collisions. I used to work in the business, as a paramedic. I worked the streets all the time for nearly 20 years. And it was given, and I was told that it takes a certain amount of accidents to happen at an intersection before they will implement, a change, or they'll move forward to, okay, that intersection now is becoming a liability. We need to do something about it. And unfortunately, that's just the way it is. They got to go by the numbers. And I've said this in medicine. Medicine is uh, that's the way they pass. Drug um, drugs. And I'm sorry, the RDA, recommended daily allowance. No, I'm thinking of the um, somebody will think of it. More will think of it. That approves, medications. They go by percentages. When you're doing scientific, studies on things, you have to look at numbers, and that's the best policy. You got to look at the percentages, and when it approaches a certain percentage, then it meets a certain passing grade, and they will either pass it or reject it. And so, same with motor vehicle laws, CIA policies. You got to look at, and right the um, the safety record of the CIA was probably didn't meet. There was no. I mean, how many times do people get assassinated or attempts be made? So, what do you guys think about you know uh, the CIA? Well, I don't know. I don't know about being told to stand down because um, that that kid was eliminated shortly. Did you hear the reports from the fire? From the rifle. It was gah gah. I'm not. Don't quote me on this. It's like gah, and then another report, and then a gah 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 gah, and I'm like, I wonder if that was the CIA taking him out. The first ones were the shooter. The other five, shortly thereafter, I don't know. Did you hear? But as far as standing down, they eliminated him pretty quickly. Yeah, he ducked immediately. Well, that was too late. Like we say, here. This isn't make shedding light on a scary event, but even in Iraq, those that were involved in IED explosions, there was one kid that came onto our base, and he had a reputation of surviving four IED explosions, and everybody wanted to be with him because he always survived them. And he was only like 20 years old, and he already had a reputation for this. Well, I actually asked the kid, about one of his experiences, and he said, somebody told me if you hear the explosion, if you hear the explosion, you're halfway there. Think about that. Because if you don't hear the explosion, you're already dead. So Trump heard the explosion. And only because of that, he was able to duck. That was a way too late duck. The bullet was already past him. Oh, um, oh, I'm sorry, Jeff. Did you say that? And if you scroll up, I have you a tone line of mine and my father's service. Oh, sorry. Oh, a timeline of mine and my father's service. Oh, okay, okay, okay. I asked that question and I never did look for your answer. Let me keep scrolling here. Bear with me, guys. I'm I'm gonna catch up eventually. Um, or just repeat what year. I'm scrolling up here. 20 hours. Don't pull off a stunt like that. Is it before that? Um, Let me keep going down. It's sometimes hard to. Okay, I got the CNN response by Moore. Ah, um, man, that thunder is like right above my house. Oh, I think it was '03 to '06. I did see that, and I couldn't quite think of what was in response to. Imagine that. Well, that was when I was over there, Jeff. '04, '05. Right there. Right in between. And yeah, that kid got off 3 shots max, and the Secret Service got him. Yeah, well, you can re-listen to that tape. It's pretty impressive. I think those first three you can hear. It was kind of a slower, and then all of a sudden there was a report of like 4 or 5 in that gak 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 gak. Yeah, what a way. Um, I was just gonna comment, Jeff. I I was about 20 miles from the Al Assad base, the Al Assad air base. Again, I was out in the middle of the dirt, about a quarter mile from the edge of the Euphrates River, the middle of it was a barbed wire um, fob, forward operating base, fob heat, and we were to operate inside the city of Heat. That's why they named it Fob Heat, because we were about 8 miles off of the city next to the Euphrates. Well, anyways, I don't remember seeing any or hearing, I'm going to say hearing because of the accent, any foreign fighters while I was there. I might have seen or heard some guys at the Al Assad base when I was taking that Marine for a follow up medical checkup. But other than that, I spent 7 months inside this barbed wire, literally a very ineffective circle of barbed wire. The Marines figured out that if they ran around inside the barbed wire 8 times, that equaled 1 mile. That's how small of a circle I lived in for 7 months. And that's all I saw. We occasionally had visitors, some maintenance guys to service our generator, some water trucks, and some other Marine units coming in. There was one, I believe the scuttlebutt. That's the talk in Navy lingo. That the one guy that came in that looked like an Iraqi fighter. It turned out he was a U.S. Army um, ranger or whatever the special service is there. And he had one of those do rags wrapped around his face and was kind of in a Mideastern garb. I think he was actually carrying an AK. But he was one of ours, and that was really the only guys that looked outside of being U.S. Rio, you're back. English, poquito español, muy poquito. Oh, Jeff, your dad said he doesn't like talk about it too much, but he did say he loved the USMC. I wonder why. Um, he didn't want to talk about it. Jeff, did you say you were UK? Or is that... Oh, Joey, I see you, brother. Colton, I'm scrolling back here. Oh, there he is. I remember you, Rio. Yeah, okay, but you said, was he in the UK Marines? Is that what you meant? I kind of interpreted that as United States Marines. No, I know. Say that for the first time. That's becoming Rio's signature. It's like he doesn't even have to have a name. If he said that, I'd say that must be Rio. Oh, the is that cavalry scouts? Is that what Cav scouts? Or Cav. Well, cool stuff. Who else is watching? I got 16 eyeballs. Who's out there that I haven't met yet? You know what? I'm going to turn this fan on. Hold on a second. This overhead fan, it's getting kind of stuffy all of a sudden. I don't know why. Probably these headphones. Hold on. Hold on. All right, I'm back. Um, kind of about tripped and pulled down a charge cord or two. All right, let's SAS and UK are like Navy SEALs or Army Rangers. At least that's what they compare us to. Gotcha. Rio, tell me about yourself again. I don't know if I ever. You weren't here too long last few times, so I don't know who you are, where you're from. Man, woman, boy, girl. Were you in the military, Jeff, or just your dad? Well, whoever keeps skipping with their finger, stop. I'm assuming that's what they're doing. Come one, come all. Come see Jojo the dog face boy. He neither eats nor sleeps nor crawls nor creeps. He's 15 inches across the eyes and smells like a wolf. He's Jojo the dog face boy. Oh, you were in Afghanistan. Well, that was the rumor where I was going next, and hence the reason for stepping aside and getting out of the Navy. Yep, I I didn't have a good feeling about staying in and doing it again, and I was 45 years old at the time. My wife was 8 months pregnant at home, and I said, you know what, I need to stop while I'm ahead. So I had a relatively safe 7 months while I was over there. Although we kept count over that 7 months, and we on a dry erase board. And I remember to this day, I never took a picture of it, but 101 mortars, 50 rockets, one VBIED out at the front gate, and a bunch of small arms, kind of random, kind of just reports of them. And then whenever we heard that somebody experienced small arms, we'd write it down on the board. There was maybe 5 or 6, but it was 101 mortars. That equates to one mortar every other day. Sometimes multiple mortars on the same day. Up to 11 were recorded on one day. We got hit by 11 mortars, or not directly hit, but recorded 11 mortars. TK. Oh, I remember. TK, your ninja name is almost similar to your real name. I was, Jeff, Navy corpsman. I worked with the Marines providing medical support. If you didn't know, the United States Marines do not have their own medics. The Navy provides. Remember the infamous picture everybody knows of Iwo Jima, of those four, I believe it was four Marines hoisting the U.S. flag on top of Mount Hirabachi in Iwo Jima? Well, they weren't just all Marines. One of them was a Navy corpsman. Woohoo! That's right. I'm good, TK. Gosh, cool that you are you live streaming? Is that why you're using your ninja? Zupotsky. You sound like a Russian, a Ruski. You almost did, Buds, but that's when I started to think I was fighting for money and not people's freedom. Huh. Do they call it Buds over in the UK as well, or were you in the US at one point? Or were you thinking about coming to America and doing the SEAL training? Yeah, whoever's out there, I see 18 eyeballs. Come in, guys, girls. Fill this room up even more than it's ever been. That'd be cool. I'm texting something with this Xbox controller, so it's very antiquated compared to a keyboard. So a laptop. Kathy. Hey, Kath. Welcome back. ¿Cómo está? So you know Zubotsky, Dai? You know her ninja name? Well, we've got people from the Philippines, the USA, the UK. Where else we got? Um, Galicia, Spain, and Joey. Oh, from Utah. We got the state of Utah in the USA. And who else? Who else we got? Colton, are you still there? Mabuti, Po, Kathy. I'm doing better than I deserve. They allow certain number. Yes, they do. Yeah, I've learned that just from watching good old uh, um, what's his name? The Stolen Valor um, channel. Yeah, they got people from all over the world trying out for buds. Yep. Pensacola. Maybe you told me that, Jamie. My daughter's down in the Port Richey area. Michigan. Colton, you are still here. Awesome. I read your comment, Colton, earlier. Now I got to scroll back and read it again. About what was it? Oh, about they said they went against clearance to shoot him. Yeah, who knows what the rumors are everywhere. I know. I got it right here, TK. Who else has got coffee? And what kind is your favorite? I got dark. like extra dark. This is speaking of the military. This is um, Beyond Black from the military. Speaking of Utah, they're based in Utah, guys, girls, whoever, whatever you are. The company that produces Beyond Black. Um, Come on, Gary. Black Rifle. Thank you, Colton. You just said it. As soon as I turned, I see Black Rifle. There it is, right there. Beyond Black. Yep. Good stuff. I got to admit. Now, Rio and your sidekick, are you guys like related, or do you live near each other, or what? Oh, you've had it? Do you know what it is, Colton? Yeah, they're absolutely right. They advertise it as having that smoky, um, and I'm not a straight black coffee drinker. I have a little bit of coffee with my cream, with make it nice and sweet, and it does. It gives kind of a chocolate aftertaste, and I'm a chocolate fan, dark chocolate. Thank you very much. Um, and it does. It kind of gives that aftertaste of that you have when you eat dark chocolate, that kind of bittersweet. Well, the coffee's got a really nice smoky, um, especially when it's sweetened. At least for me, I can taste that big time. So you guys are in the same neighborhood. Gotcha, gotcha. Are you guys near? Let me. Tooele. You know Tooele, Utah. The ammo or proving grounds. Coffee aftertaste, Selena. Hi, Selena. Salina. That's right. Salina, Kansas. Yeah, Tooele. Toelle. Here, how do I know that? I met two Mormon missionaries in uh, where was I? Harahan, Louisiana, the suburbs of New Orleans. And I was camping out in my truck while I was looking for a job and a place to live. Not proud of this, but yeah, I had to do what I had to do. And I was kind of playing gypsy and living in the back of my Toyota truck with a little camper shell and curtains in a shopping market. And then during the day, I would pull out of my hiding spot and go park in the regular parking spaces. And then I would put down the tailgate of my Toyota and put out my camping stove and boil some water and some noodles and eat an apple and go into the market and resupply my groceries in my cooler. And these Mormon missionaries would ride by on their bikes every afternoon around 4:30, 5 o'clock ish when they would retire for the afternoon, and they'd always pass me. And then I eventually they stopped to ask me if I was, if I needed anything, and I was appreciative of them asking. And they even asked me in to have a spaghetti dinner one night. God bless them. And they fed me, and I was like, "Woohoo! Homemade spaghetti with French bread, French garlic French bread." And then they told me about where they from, and they're from Tooele, Utah. Yeah, both of them. So it was pretty cool. Yeah, I don't do that very often. Sleep in the back of my Toyota truck, but I was going through a chapter of my life, and that's where I was in the middle of New Orleans, Louisiana. I think it was in a Walgreens or a, no, that's a drugstore. I don't know, whatever the supermarket is there. It's almost 8 a.m. That's right, you're in the UK. Wait, almost 8? That's 10 hours. What part of the UK are you in? Oh, no, 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 no. That's 6 hours. Sorry, sorry, sorry. I'm looking at the clock backwards. That's correct. Yeah, you're either 5 or 6 hours difference, depending on where you are. Oh, you're in South Africa. Wait, I thought you said you're in the UK. Wait, hello? Uros, Jeff. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's my time, Colton. I forgot. Where are you? Oh, you're from Manchester? Are you living in South America? South Africa? 11:44 where you are. So 12:12. You're on the West Coast, Rio. Oh, you're in Utah. And Colton must be. Did you say you're from Ohio, Colton? Michigan. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay. It's all right. I'll get it straight. What's that picture, Colton? Is that you and your dad, or who is that in your picture? No, Rio 11:45. Dude. Hey, did you see? I just got a glimpse of it. Beavis and Butthead is coming back. Did you see that? I was like, oh no, Beavis and Butthead is back. All right, Jeff. Always. As long as there's one church that's preaching the word of God, we'll still be here. Hoorah. Say hi to your dad if dad's still around. Yeah, tell him you met a guy that was over there probably the same time he was. It's 11:46 now. You're not the same person, are you, Joey and Rio, typing on different laptops or different cell phones? Well, it was a good experience, Jeff. It was. All in all, it was an eye-opening experience, and I got to see kind of the inside workings of the war machine and how it operated, and understood it even more because of that. So it was, yeah, and I got to, well, it was the most boring camp out of my life as far as medicine goes. Now that's a good thing, when you think about it. That means nobody was getting hurt or sick or injured, relatively speaking. But for me, no, that doesn't make an interesting deployment. I'm just doing nothing, doing a lot of this. It's just the nature of my job. So that's why some people shake their head at me when I tell stories, because I get so animated about horrendous stuff. Different way of thinking in the medical field. Oh, you're different, but your neighbors. Gotcha, gotcha. All right, Jeff. As you were, as I say at the end of all my videos and live streams. Uh-oh, we're down to 2 people. Oh, that rush came to an end. Bummer. Well, take that as a compliment, Jeff. But even that, that underappreciated. Um, okay. I just something to talk about. Before I was in the emergency medical field, pre-hospital um, medical field, I didn't know any better. I didn't know any different. I didn't know anything. Very little. Um, and because because I wasn't comfortable in that part of my life, um, I I didn't want to be the another sheep, in the pack, that in the herd, that just stood there and and Google-eyed at somebody having an emergency. And maybe I wanted to be recognized. But in all honesty, I wanted to be comfortable in certain situations that I was uncomfortable in, such as, I was scared to death of heights. I still am, but I got into the rock climbing circles when I was 19, and I found myself in that circle for over 30 years. I just learned a different appreciation for my safety and how to control that. And that was the reason why I got into that. And so the same with medicine. I wasn't comfortable with it, and I wanted to be comfortable with it. So I just happened upon somebody that was studying to be a nurse, and I got involved with helping her study, and then the rest is history. I ended up pursuing it myself, and then I learned a different vision of what the emergency medicine is all about. And it's not what Hollywood portrays it to be. And it may not be what you portray it to be or what you know of it to be. So when I hear people say, oh, medics are underappreciated, I understand that. But at the same time, now that I know what I know, it's like, well, if you knew what I knew, you might think a little differently about that, because we're not doing necessarily what you know of that we're doing, and what most people know of paramedics do is what they see on television, is what they see, on news channels, what they hear reports of. And again, you're not seeing the majority of us. You're only seeing a small smidgen of what goes on in our field. But medicine does hold a high esteem. It always has. And people always look towards that as something to be appreciative of. And so I understand that. Now I understand that. It's like, okay. But it's not as glorious as what the media paints it up to be. And nor do we experience those types of calls very often. Very small percentage of calls are something to write a news article about. Very small. The exception, not the rule. If you saw the majority of the calls that we ran on, it'd be a boring book. Boring. Absolutely. Well, shouldn't say that. When you start learning the little what's the word? Nuances, of the job, then even little stuff you can write a book about little stuff, and they can be hilarious, and you can make a campfire story out of a nothing call. But as far as like what you see on the news and what you see, in books and what they write about, you wouldn't see that on a news channel, Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to focus now back at the TV here. Dang, it says there's 13 people on for me. I've got one. Maybe I need to reload. Or you know what it might be doing? It's probably cutting off that 3, and all I'm seeing is the 1. Oh, now I see 2. Or you need to reload, Joey. I'm up to 2 now. So it's not 20 something, unless you're seeing 20. But I see 2. Um, oh, no donation option. Colton, does it really say 21? Come on. Okay, then it's cutting off half my view. Oh, there it is. When I hover it says 14 on my end right now. Okay, okay. Sorry. It is cutting off half the number because when I hover the cursor over it, it says 14. All right, all right. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, as far as a donation option, Colton, I'm not monetized. I'm not a monetized channel yet. Long story. I used to be with another channel, but I changed channels and changed topics. Don't ask. So right now, I've got plenty of subscribers to be monetized, but I don't have enough watch hours, enough hours watching my channel. I need up from 3,000 to 4,000, and I'm only at like one right now. So, but in the meantime, if you really feel the need to donate, underneath my description, I have a PayPal account, and there's a Buy Me a Coffee account, and there's a Patreon account. And I think you need to be, you need to have an account with PayPal and you need to have an account with Patreon, but I think it just takes an email to sign up for it. There's no money. And then you can donate to somebody else's account. So if you want to do that, PayPal doesn't take anything from the donation, where Patreon does. YouTube does. Just to let you know, YouTube takes 30% of your donation. They are a business, so they got to make money. 70% of it goes towards the channel. So I prefer you donating to somebody's PayPal account. That way they get near 100% of what I give them. So if you feel the need to donate, you can use under my description. If you click on description, it'll show three different links: PayPal, Patreon, and Buy Me a Coffee, and you can do it that way. But it's not necessary. I'll be monetized sometime in the future, and that's really even not even a priority for me. I'm doing this more for fun. Does it cost me money to do this? Yeah, a little bit. I subscribe to StreamYard. That cost a little bit, just so I have a few perks that a free account wouldn't have. But don't worry about it. Thank you, though. I'm not hurting for, I'm not living out of my truck still anymore. Praise God for my wife. So, and I'm no longer working as a paramedic or a Davy Corpsman. I ended that back in 2008. That was 16 years ago. Bizarre to think of that, but yeah, I stepped away from working in 2008. And who would know that 16 years later I'm doing a live stream on YouTube? Here, let me calm this rock and roll in the faint background there. I'll change it to a little more um, lounge music here. There we go. More sleep music than lounge music. I am, Joey. Absolutely. Yeah, I voted for him the first time. No reason why I'm not going to vote for him the second time. Absolutely. The guy's brilliant. Joe, are you really Joey? I think you're really young, correct, Joey? I think you told me before you're like in your teens or something like that, or 10 or 11 or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Hoorah, Jamie. Now, who are you, Jamie? I know a Jamie, but I don't think it's you. Or maybe it is. It's a lady. Are you a lady, Jamie? Oh, you wouldn't call you young? Oh, okay. I thought I remember weirdo. Who's weirdo? Robert. Bob. He's calling him young. Yeah, she's 1,023 years old. Wait, Bob, are you the one in Oklahoma? Creep. Who's a creep? Sorry. You lost me. Oh, Jamie's a male. Oh, gotcha. Dude's a pervert. Are you talking about me, Bob? Oh well, that's all right. What is it? Low tolerance for? Yeah, good question, Rio. I think I beat you to the punch. Goodness gracious. I'm a grandfather, for God's sakes. That's all right. You could, Rio, honestly though, I'm on an Xbox. And if I had a gadget, a phone in my hand, it'd be a lot easier to just, be on my channel and make you a mod. But I don't have one, and I don't want to wake up my son or my wife, for that matter. And I'm, if you can follow me, I'm on Windows, but I'm on an Xbox. And even though I have multiple tabs open, I even have my YouTube channel tab up there. But it's not Windows in the sense that I can open up multiple windows like I can on a laptop. Xbox doesn't have enough, whatever it's called, to do that. And so when I go to my YouTube channel, it will 50% of the time keep this. I know, real. It'll keep this tab open in the background and let me do my thing on the other tab. Or the other 50% of the time, it'll close that tab and it logs me out, and then I gotta go back in and go through the motions to open the. It doesn't close the live stream, but it drops me down off the stage, and I'm gone, and then you have to wait for me to come back. And so yeah, it's easier if I'll take care of it. If I had a gazillion people in here, you know, without being able to keep up with them, I might, consider making. There's a lot of moderators that I've made in the past, and if they're in here, they can help me out. But thank you though. All I have to do is have the ability to make you a mod next time, and I can do that. It's not a problem. It's just a matter of clicking on your three dots next to your name and add moderator. But I'm using StreamYard right now. If I don't know, it doesn't show that because I'm paying for a subscription that allows the StreamYard logo not to appear. So you may not know I'm on StreamYard. Because of that, therefore, StreamYard doesn't give me the ability to make mods. If I click on your three dots, it says delete comment, put user in timeout, or ban user and delete all their comments. That's the only three options I have on StreamYard. If I was using the YouTube live stream only without this third-party platform, YouTube would allow me to make mods. I believe they do. No. No, the only thing YouTube allows me to do is to invite one co-host up on stage. Whereas StreamYard allows 6 people to be up on stage at one time, including me. Did I just hear a door close? Or if I'm paying for a subscription, it allows me to have 10 people up on stage at one time. So that's pretty cool. I believe, I haven't tried it, having more than one, having a co-host up on stage with this vertical live format. Now, when I'm using the 16 by 9 landscape format, I've had multiple. I just haven't had the live stream format to where I'm speaking with somebody else, and or we are speaking to the audience, or I'm interviewing somebody else. Haven't gone that route with this vertical live. I've been by myself so far, and yeah, my turnout isn't enough to um, have a live stream where me and the co-hosts are all talking amongst each other, and you guys are watching, and participating in the conversation. I'm I've got such a small turnout that I'm able to keep up with you guys, um, just by myself. So on that note, and I don't mean to bring up a sore subject, but the the comment that Robert made, and he was just maybe he was just kidding and playing around, but those types of comments are pretty harmful comments. Even in the public eye, like person to person. Can you imagine being in a crowd at the market, or at a sporting event, or anywhere where there's a number of people around you, and for somebody to say the P word, such as he said, Boba, welcome back. You see what I mean? And it's like yelling fire in a crowded theater. You want to get somebody's attention, you do something like that. And there's really no place for it. There's really no reason to be saying that. And I had that experience at a water park. True story. I've actually had other instances where your intention is harmless, totally harmless. It would just be normal behavior to you and me. But that one person, because of what they were going through or their mindset at the time, or maybe they misheard what you said or what you did, and they misinterpret what you did, and automatically, yeah, they single you out with a comment, and it gets the attention of the authorities, for example. And next thing you know, you got the authority knocking at your door. And they're confronting you about something you don't even remember. I mean, you don't even have an inkling of something you said was taken out of context. But then they bring it to your attention and you're like, "Really? Really?" Like, "Really?" And next thing you know, you're trying to defend yourself. And but it happens. And I've been approached by we'll call them the authority figure at the time, and they bring you into their office and they say, they confront you about it, and you're like, oh my goodness. And then once the situation is explained, they understand obviously that it was taken out of context, and you're not in the wrong, and so on. But he had to do what he had to do because he doesn't know. All he was approached by somebody who took it out of context, and now he's got to address the issue. And it's like unfortunate, but it happens. And you're kind of stuck. Yeah. I'm sorry, Rio. I'm rereading what you posted. What are you sorry about? Oh, you're saying boba. Sorry, I see. Aw, that your dog has cancer. I gotta ask, what kind of dog um do you have? And I'm gonna assume dog is older. I'm just taking an educated guess because that's typically what happens with older dogs, especially certain breeds, are more susceptible to that than others. Yeah, I grew up with dogs, and yeah, yeah, they become like people to you. Yeah, yeah. In dog years, she's 80, so she's what, 12 or 11? 11, 12 years old. Yep, 7 years is a dog year, so she's got to be 11 or 12. Getting up there. Do you know what kind of dog she is? Who else is out there? What do we have? 10 people? 9 people in the house? Well, that's 9 sets of eyeballs. Come on, guys. Come on in. Share your mind. I told some And what do you mean 45 feet in the air? You know how high that is? Oh my God. Notice her looks normal, but it hurts when I try to walk. Answer your question. I lost a... What? How old are you? Mads? I think you might have told me before, but I don't remember. Oh, anyways, yes, Selena. Um, yeah, war's dirty, vile, and there'll be a next time. Yeah, it's always going to be. That's why we need our military. You know, that's why we need government. That's why we need police. That's why we need law enforcement. That's why we need, you know, freedom comes with boundaries. I said this before. You only give up freedom. I'm sorry, you only give up boundaries for bondage. You take away a wall, what do you get? You take away a law, what do you have? Somebody tells you you go through a stop sign, what happens? It's, you know, you're safe when you obey the rules. You know, of course, if they're moral. But as soon as you choose to step outside those boundaries, you ain't free anymore. And as soon as you take away those boundaries, we're not free anymore. America is the land of the free because of the boundaries we have in place. And it's so true. I learned that even more so when I joined the military. It kind of came together for me. I was like, oh my gulai, you know, oh my goodness. Thank God for the military, you know? That's right. No, yeah. Well, when you interpret the word freedom as being doing anything you want to do with no rules or boundaries, but yeah, to reword that more correctly, it would be absolute bondage is anarchy, not freedom. True freedom comes with boundaries. Remember what the truth is. The truth is, I am. It ain't me speaking. We just hit on that. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father except through me. That's Christ speaking. He is the truth. He's either telling 100% the truth or he's a liar. It's either one or the other. There's no in between. That's quite a claim to make. I am. I am the truth. I am the way. I am the life. I am the way, the truth, and the life. So freedom comes through him. He sets boundaries. He's the one that created the military. He's the one that created law enforcement. He's the one that created kings, queens, rulers, and presidents. He's the one that created. It's all biblical. It's all in here. You know, those different branches of the government, it's all in here. It's all established by our Creator for a reason. At the very beginning, he said, don't do that. What did we do? What did we do? He laid a boundary. And what happened? We broke it. And what was the result of that? Death. For the wages of sin is death. That's what we got. For disobeying that one boundary, we got the death sentence. Why are you dying? Because you're a sinner. Why am I dying? Because I'm a sinner. A wage is what you get paid, right? From your employer. Well, what's the wage of a sinner? For a sinner? Death. You want me to prove you're a sinner? You want me to prove that I'm a sinner? Am I going to die? Yeah. Bingo. So how do I overcome death? Well, I can't do what's required. I need to forgive and forget. First of all, let me back up. I need to suffer all the agony, all the physical and mental suffering that anybody in the past, present, and future is going to go through. I got to be able to do that. Like physically take on into my body all of that. And then I got to be able to do the supernatural. I've got to overcome death. How am I going to do that? Well, I can think of one way. If I could resurrect from the dead, I could say I defeated death. Well, obviously, I can't do that. Notable can't do that. There you go, Notable. Thank you. Colton can't do it. Mads can't do it. My mother can't do it. My wife can't do it. My son can't do it. But there was one person that was historically recorded that did do it. Lo and behold, yeah, I'm holding the Bible. And it's in here. And again, this is either the 100% truth or it's 100% lie. Period. This claims it is 100% the truth. I am the way, the truth, and the life. Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. It either is or it isn't. See there? So we're back to what I was saying. There was one person that was recorded that did those two things. Those two supernatural things. Why did he do it? Because we can't. I can't do it. No matter how hard I try, I'll never be able to resurrect from the dead. Sorry. I'm not going to be able to do it. So God sent his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him, Jesus Christ speaking, or referring to Jesus Christ, his only begotten Son, if you read the sentence before it, whosoever believeth in him should not perish but have everlasting life. There it is. You want everlasting life? You want to get back to your Creator like you were once before? We were together with him in the beginning, before God said, hey, by the way, you can have everything except don't go over to that tree over there. Just don't. What'd we do? Imagine that. We got divorced from him. He had to. He's a perfect creator. Now we got an imperfect child. Can he live with him in the same house? No, he can't. He had to evict them. Dark can't exist with light. But he said, guess what? I've got a solution for that. He said, believe in me. You can get back together with me. You can get married back to me. That's why he refers to himself as the groom. That's why he refers to his people as the bride. He wants us to get married back to him. But he said, you can't do what's required to get married back to me. So I sent my only begotten Son to do it because he's the only one that could do it. And I just went, oh my gosh, that makes total sense. There's nothing I can do that's going to get me back to him. That's why works doesn't work. That's why the other religions, quote unquote, don't work, because they're requiring work to get back to him. Good luck. Unless you can forgive and forget as if it never, every sin in the world of people past, present, and future, and go through all the suffering that brings upon people, upon yourself physically, and resurrect from the dead 3 days later, you ain't going to be able to do it. 500 plus people witnessed a man named Jesus Christ do exactly that. How many more witnesses do you need? It's a historic record, whether people believe that or not. And so I said, wow, it looks like, and I said this to a man, to a 50-year-old man back when I was 15. He said, what do you think after you explained that to me? I said, sounds like something I need to take care of, i.e., I need to believe. And it is that simple. You just make a decision to believe. But you know what? To believe something, you truly need to understand it. And the only way you're going to need to be able to understand it is to put your pride in your back pocket and let somebody explain it to you. And you might even have to do a little bit of studying on your own. Imagine that. And then once you understand it, once the light switch goes on and the light bulb goes off, you'll be on your knees in tears, more than likely, crying out to him saying, I understand. I understand now. I can't do anything. You already did it for me. Thank you so much. I understand now I'm a sinner and that I'm sentenced to death. And unless I believe in you and what you did, I'm going to end up in a place I never dreamed of being. And it'll be forever. And there are no second chances. And I just said, wow, that's pretty simple. I want a ticket. And so I did. And he said, just like he said to that thief next to him, he turned to him as soon as that thief basically said the same thing. And he said, today you will be with me in paradise. Today. Right then. When that thief took his last breath, boom. God promises another chance to do this again. To live again, but this time forever. In a different world. I still can't explain and imagine what that's going to be like. But it's okay. The Bible describes it, but even then, I still don't really know what it's going to be like. And so I just said, you know what? This is too good to pass up. Let me in. Yeah, I got to share it with my dad when he was 73 years old. He broke down in tears, put his face in his hands, a grown elderly man, dropped to his knees in tears and snot in my living room and said, nobody ever explained it to me that way, Gary. Talking to his own son. Was I in tears and in snot with him? Absolutely. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I was with my own dad, 73 years old, in my living room and watching him. It was the greatest joy in my life. Never saw it coming. I never knew I was going to be doing that with my own dad. He died when he was 79, 6 years later. Yep. What a trip. What a trip. You think that was a lot of emotions. Oh, my Lord. Yeah, what a beautiful opening. Yes, it is, Noah. Or no, I should say. Is that Nao? N-A-O? Yeah, that is N-A-O. Now M. Hoorah, Jamie. God is good. God put together a great military. Now, so we're mixing religion with politics. Uh-oh. No, actually, that's here. Let me correct you. I've learned otherwise. And now M. The truth is not a religion. Okay, I explained here just now. Religion is man-made. That's what man thinks they need to do something. You know, they need to physically work to overcome their shortcomings. But the truth, God's word, is what is referred to as Christianity. Christ-like is what Christian is. It's not a religion. Religion is man's attempt to try to get to him. Christianity is God already did what's required. Something we can't do. And now he's just waiting for us to believe. That's it. Big difference. Big difference. God forbid you leave this earth and not understand. That's the truth. That's right. Truth is truth. There's only one way. Mads said it. It is. It's and that isn't like an attack towards you now. It's just a realization that it all came together to me. It made so much sense. It was so simple that I just said, "Oh my gosh, that makes so much sense. I understand it now." What's required to overcome a death sentence? You'd have to have a judge that is willing to expunge your death sentence, even though you're guilty. Is there any judge in society in this world today that is going to pass? I'm lisping now. Is going to do that for somebody that is not a innocent person, but somebody that is truly guilty of deserving the death sentence? Is a judge going to forgive and forget, expunge as if it never happened, your crime, and release you? No, of course not. The person's going to get what they deserve in the society that, convicts people with the death sentence. But you can substitute any crime, that somebody commits. If you go through the stop sign and you get caught, are you going to receive a ticket or a warning? Of course. You deserve what you get what you deserve. But there is a God that will do that. I'm sorry, there is a judge, capital J, judge, that not only will forgive and forget as if it never happened, and you're asking, well, what crime did I commit, that I deserve a death sentence? Well, I explained earlier. At the very beginning, God sentenced Adam and Eve to death because not only physical, and how do I know he sentenced a physical death sentence on Adam and Eve? Because they died. Think about it. They did die. The Bible doesn't, actually, that does record. Let me think. Yeah, it does record, I think, how old Adam was. Anyways, you get my point. Okay. Oh, there I am. Now that was weird. Am I still there? Do I still have a? You can respond. Nope. Yes, I do. I still got it. Okay. Okay. Sorry, Houston. We had another problem. Okay. So, anyways, I hope I'm not boring you. I'm Karen Tuwata from New Zealand. Hoorah! We got a New Zealander. We got a Kiwi. Wait, is that a Kiwi? Yeah, it's a Kiwi. Yeah. So I'm not. I hope I'm not boring you. Now I'm going to call you now. I don't know how else to pronounce that. But yeah. So what's required? To overcome what happened in the beginning. We can't do it. We physically can't. I.e., I can't resurrect from the dead when I take my last breath. Uh-uh. But only one person was recorded to have done that. Both of those things. Forgive and forget what happened in the past. Went through all the physical suffering and mental suffering that goes along with death and dying. And they overcome death by resurrecting from the grave. And that person, God, said, all I require from you is to believe. To understand, let me back up a little bit, to understand Hence, believe what I did, who I was and what I did, who I am. Did you notice I said those two words? I am. That isn't God's, I mean, that isn't me speaking. That's God speaking. He is, I am. Believe in the great I am, and I'll give you eternal life when you take your last breath. I'll give you a chance to live again. You know, we exist, we got here somehow. So, what are the chances that we might just, that he could actually do this again? And I thought, well, yeah, if it was possible the first time, why can't it be possible a second time? And the possibility is right here. It tells you how. He said, believe in me. Believe, understand that you can't do what's required and that I'm the only one that can. And believe in me, and I'll give you eternal life. And it's profound when you truly understand what he did, who he was and what he did. You just are like jaw dropping. Yeah. Yeah, that there's a good point, Mads. I wish I could quote scripture so it's not my stinking thinking. But scripture even says that, you know, the closer you walk with him, you know, you have no choice but to it comes out of you. But the further you're away from him, the further he's going to take his hands off and realize I can't be part of that. It makes sense. You know, darkness can't exist with light. Think about that. You know, if you take a dark box and a light box and you get one closer to the other, that dark box has no choice but to illuminate and get brighter. So they can't exist, you know, together. So the further you choose to be away from the light, the farther away he's got to be. Because one can't exist with the other. But the closer you choose to walk with him, that darkness has no gosh, I'm lost for simple words, has no choice but to become light. Yeah, that's it, dude. You know, even more so, even more motivational, Mads, is he said, the closer you walk with me, I'll show you great and mighty things that you know is not. And that is like, oh my gosh. Do you want to become smart? I mean, do you want true knowledge? Knowledge that you never even knew existed? He said, walk with me. And yet I know that, but yet I always pray, I've always said, man, if I could only be there, if I could only be in that state of mind all the time, I wouldn't have any struggles with temptation. I wouldn't be tempted like I am still today. I wouldn't, gosh, and you know what? The high, the rush that comes with getting that knowledge that I don't know, that I know it's not, is so profound. It puts tears in my face. And if I could just live there all the time, can you imagine what that mess? I can't imagine. But he says, you want it? I've got it. What is it? I'm going to be able to quote scripture now. It's scripture song. I listened to it on a CD, and yeah, I still own a CD in my car. Um, it'll come to me. Uh, Trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto thine own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, and he shall direct thy paths. That's one. That isn't the one I was thinking of, but it's actually a scripture song. I'm not a singer, but trust in the Lord with all thine heart. Lean not unto thine own understanding. Acknowledge him in all thy ways, and he shall direct thy paths. Trust in the Lord, trust in the Lord, trust in the Lord, and he shall direct thy path. Um, the other one is, well, lean not unto thine own understanding is another way of saying don't don't trust in your stinking thinking, but lean not unto thine own and unto your own stinking thinking, and he shall direct thy path. There's a better verse that I was thinking of, and that's the first one that came to me. But they're not cliches, if you take them literally, and you're thinking, well, if I want to know things that I've never known, in other words, if you want knowledge, true wisdom, well, there's the verse already. That I used here recently is, I might not get it correctly exactly, but it's the fear of the Lord is knowledge, is wisdom. What is that? The fear of the Lord. I got to be afraid of him? No, no, no. You dissect and define the word fear in that context, and it means awe, reverence. It's like, oh my. Having that reverence for God is true knowledge. You want knowledge? You want knowledge that you never knew even existed? You want to be the smartest person in the world? Where do you think knowledge came from? Wow, what a subject I'm going to get myself on now. I've talked about it before, but it's so good. In reality, there's no reason uh, to be mad at God when he takes a loved one away. They're in a better place. Just be sure and they hear the gospel before they take their last breath, right, Mads? That's as much as we can do. Is make sure they know the truth before they leave this earth, before they take their last breath. Like I said, God forbid somebody takes their last breath and at least never heard the gospel. Yeah, that's right. It's a good, that's preaching material right there, Mads. And I've said it so many times, and I've learned a much different aspect of death and dying and the truth. And actually, the truth is what opened the doors to this that I'm about to talk about. Is what you just said. Uh, we're all human. We are filled with emotions. We're filled with sadness. It's normal. It came with our death sentence. Um, Everything. We are deteriorating, broken people, and our death proves that. Illness, injury, disease, pain, suffering. We're all in a downward spiral. And we're spiraling towards our death. There's no upward progress and new DNA and being evolving and us becoming different creatures, et cetera, et cetera. No, 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 no. First and second laws of thermodynamics are definitely in motion. and we're all deteriorating. And because of that, it's natural for us to shed tears over a sad moment, over the death of a loved one, over the death of a dog, that we grew up with, whatever. That's natural. We can't avoid that. We're all going to go through it. Such as Mad said, when a motor vehicle accident happens, um, or when a person is killed on the battlefield. We can't avoid, tears and pain and suffering and grief and all that. But it makes a profound difference, i.e. my dad, when you know that somebody else has heard the truth, or is better yet, accepted, understands and accepted that there was nothing they could do to get back to their creator except by believing in him. When you know that person knew that, and then their last breath was taken, it, after you wipe your tears away, after they took their last breath, and I'm actually speaking from experience, and you're now at their memorial service, or you're at their burial at the graveyard, at the gravesite, you can now, after you've wiped away your tears, be able to share the gospel with those people in attendance over that, with that person in the background that is your loved one. You can now share with them what you had the opportunity to share with them, to the one that is dead behind you. And it's like my elderly friend said it the best. He says, I plan on having 1,000 people at my funeral, if I can get even more. And the question is why? Why do you want 1,000 people at your funeral? He says, so I can share the good news with them. So I can have the good news shared with them, because he'll be the one dead behind him. He says he wants 1,000 people at his funeral. And it's like it makes total sense. He's dead. He knows the truth. He's got an opportunity to live again. It was promised to him. Why? Because he believed. He made the decision to believe, to understand and believe. Now he wants other people. Why shouldn't they hear the cure, the solution, the answer, the truth? That's what we're commanded to do now that we've chosen to believe. Number one, you continue to love the Lord thy God with all thy heart, soul, and mind. In other words, study his word. Continue to wrap around the truth in your head and study it, whether it's through the Bible and or Creation magazine, or etc., etc. All the other peripheral sources of studying God's word. And then the second is like unto the first. Share this love with your neighbor. Love thy neighbor as thyself. Matthew 22:37 through 40. Those are the two things we're commanded to do once we believe. We're to continue studying the Word of God, wrap it around our head and our heart, keep it in our heart, and then go out and share it with others. Whether they believe or not is not up to us. We're just used as a vessel to share the truth. And there it is. That's Christianity. It's not a religion, it's the truth. And it's so easy. It really is. It really is that easy. And people have misconstrued and used the word religion, and they just use it out of context, and it's not true. it's not true. Doc, Jamie, and everyone, I have to hit the rack. All right, Jamie. Hoorah. Now, Jamie, Are you the other? Wait, gosh, imagine that. Don't forgive me. Are you the other? I asked you this already. Wait. No, you weren't in the military, but you had family members that were, or a girlfriend that's in the Coast Guard. Is that right, Jamie? Gosh, I'm continually saying this. I think I got it right this time. Is that right, Jamie? You're that person? God, forgive me. Well, you better close your eyes and crash. Hopefully, it's not too hard to wake up like it is for me. There was another, and forgive me, there was another person when the Joshua that appears in the on the channel. He's the Ranger, Army Ranger. There was another person that was prior military that came into the channel, and I don't think it was you or the whoever the other person was that, if it's not you, whose girlfriend was in the Coast Guard. It was an actual prior military member, or at least claimed to be. And I'm always thinking that that other person is you, Jamie, and I don't believe it is. But anyways, no problem. Yeah. Yeah, there's a thing called skydiving. Uh, you know, speaking of skydiving, uh, I've always thought about it and you know, thought about making that appointment and going with my daughter or doing it with my son when he was growing up, and I never pulled the trigger, thank God. Um, and also bungee jumping. Game Parker, what's up? Um, Bungee jumping when my first son, my eldest son, was like 17. No, how old was he? I think he was more like 13. We went to a 75-foot tower in San Diego. It's one of those cranes, and they had the bungee in the platform up there. And I signed up and I went up there with him and I had my harness on and everything, and he jumped first, and oh my gosh, that took my breath away watching my son do it. And then it was my turn and I chickened out and I walked off and everybody was hooting and hollering at me, and I unclipped the carabiner and said thanks, and I walked down the stairs and I backed off. So I never did bungee jump and or skydive, but my son is bungee jump, my eldest, when he was younger, and my daughter is skydived. My 35-year-old, his sister. So, and here I was a rock climber for over 30 years. Nope. 43, I believe. 43 or 44. And so that would be, well, she was only 7 in the 50s. She would be in her teens in the 50s. So you were even earlier? You were born like between 38 and 48? Okay. Oh, your age is in the early 50s. I got you. Sorry. I'm listening to myself and the questions that I asked. And the last thing I said was, what era did you grow up in? And you said 50s. Okay. Never mind. Gotcha. Correct. Well, I'm in my early 60s. I'm 61. I'll be 62 in August. Slow down, 70s. Uh, oh, Matt. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm reading Mads's comment. Oh my gosh, there's chat room for you. Okay. I'm Mads, you're confusing me. Gotcha. You're in your 50s. Got you. Slow down. I have, yeah, and I've never caught one, but I watch plenty of what's his name and his dad that go down to the in South America. um, what's his name? Yeah, I'd love to experience a peacock bass. Those things look vicious. It looks awesome. Bro, Jeff, speaking of Mexico, are you sure it wasn't Panama, South America? Do you watch um, uh, Robert, oh my gosh, he's an American and he guides a fishing uh, service, guided fishing service down in Panama. You've caught dolphins, mahi mahi. Yeah, that's big down in Southern California, big time in the Mexican warm waters of Mexico. Um, he guides a kayak fishing um, company down in Panama called Los Buzos Resort. I've actually called my brother in San Diego and asked him, bro, we got to do this. And I told him about it, and he said, Gary, I'm all over that. But unfortunately, he's kind of going through a chapter of his life where he's not able to get that kind of time off that's required. And so, yeah, unless I find somebody else and or go by myself, it's not going to happen. Um, but down in Los Buzos, the nickname of this Los Buzos resort is Land of the Giants, and it's huge. The fish are like massive. They're catching rooster and giant. What are they called? I'm going to be lost for a word. It's like a giant. I don't know if my wife, we actually eat a small fish called a pompano. It's a round, kind of flat profiled, lengthwise fish, but it's round, like a dollar fish, also known as a butterfish. But these things are like a nuclear version of the small pompano, and they're huge. They're like 20-pound, a flat version. They've got like a blue dorsal fin that kind of goes back along their back with a yellow tail, with the yellow tipped fluke. The heck are the name of those things? But they get massive, and every fish I'm mentioning, there's black marlin down in Los Buzos, and I'm going to tell you a story as soon as I'm done about that. But the most popular. Oh, and grouper and giant. I don't know if they're rock bass, but a giant version of a rock bass. Marianne, oh my gosh, Marianne, did you take a nap, Marianne, and now you're awake at 3:40 in the afternoon? Hop on. Oh, you're live. Cool, Marianne. Thank you for popping in here. So you're familiar with Pompano. Well, what the heck is the name of the, if you picture a pompano, the giant, it's a huge, it looks like a giant pompano. First thing I thought of, but they're calling them the heck is the name of those things? If you say it, I'll recognize it. But anyways, if you get a chance, look up Robert Fields, Fields. He's a don't quote me. I think he's an ex stockbroker here in New York, and he left his job to pursue the YouTube route, and he became very successful. No, I don't recognize that man's Takamari. No. But him and a couple other American guys, it might just be one other. I've actually liaisoned with him online via email, just asking him a few questions about, the how to register, what I need, what to expect, accommodations, and all that, price. And they and some local guys from Panama help guide. There's like 5 of them, 5 guides, and they have sit on top sea kayaks, pedal and paddle, and they're very stable. I've got to sit on top right out in my garage. I mean my driveway, and they've got what they call the outboard whalers, that 2 of them that the guides are in, that help carry these boats. They call them in Spanish. I'll think of it. They got 2 of them. When they go out and are accommodating the patrons, and they carry actually the kayaks in these 2 boats. There's like 5 kayaks in each boat, and they tow them out, motorboats, out into the ocean, or out to the certain points where they're going to fish for the weekend or for the week. It's a 5-day package of fishing out of kayaks, and then they empty the boat. They take the kayaks out, put them in the water. They put the patrons, into the kayaks, make sure they're good to go. They supply fishing rods, reels, bait. They provide meals, breakfast, lunch, dinner, and accommodations, roof over your head, for $2,000 for 5 days of fishing, not including the airfare. That's on you as well. But for 5 days, accommodations, fishing, and food for $2,000. And you think about that. That's like unheard of. You can either take the accommodations that come with the package, or you can spend a little bit more and get a private accommodation, for yourself and your friends and family. My brother expressed that he would rather do that instead of staying with, somebody that we don't know. Rooster is the other that they do catch as well. Those things are huge, and some of the size roosters are record roosters, and they actually have a plaque, in their establishment that shows the record, the world record for the different fish. Rooster is one of them, and they've set some records down there. But just catching those size fish out of kayaks is just so incredible to watch. And the coverage that Robert does himself is, I got to brag on him. You know, he's getting really, really good with his videography, and the quality that he produces is just outstanding. National Geographic quality. And the editing and the production that he puts together is just, you know, top notch. So that sold me. And of course, I'm subscribed to his channel. Robert Fields, if you just type in Robert Fields, you'll hit on him. And I think he's got another channel as well. And so do his guides. But the story I was going to hit on that I alluded to earlier, his other guide, the other guy that I forget that I was his name that I was liaisoning with on email. If you type in 500-pound marlin kayak, you'll guaranteed you're going to hit on that guide in Las Busos being towed out to sea for 6 hours, landing a 500+ pound marlin in his kayak. You got to see it, dude. You got to see it. Unbelievable. He finally gets this record marlin, and apparently he even exceeded that. Now that guy, the actual guide, I forget his name, his YouTube channel now boasts a 600-pound marlin by kayak. You got to see it. Unbelievable. He hooks into this thing, and of course it's condensed, you know, to cover 6 hours. But they actually have a timer going in the corner of the video, and they post it every, you know, half hour, 30 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, and it goes all the way up to 6 hours, where he actually gets the marlin alongside of the kayak, and Robert's able to get underwater shots of the marlin swimming, you know, with its big bill and its tail. Thing's longer than a 14-foot kayak. It's pretty incredible. And they unhook it, and they do release it, and it does survive. So, or they actually have to cut the hook or the line. But all right, Mads, always fun to have you and to see you come back. Pretty awesome. Yeah, you know, it seems like Mads, it's becoming a regular thing, and praise God it does. You know, I just let it happen. You know, I don't come on to as that being my focus, but I have a feeling that somebody's going to say something, and I can't help but talk about it. What was it that brought it up this time? Was it Trump? I think it was, wasn't it? Inclusion. Oh, okay, okay. I'm following you now. Diversity, equality, inclusion. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Yep, yep, yep. Okay. Is that what they're calling it today? Oh my gosh. Sounds like a complicated way of saying Black Lives Matter. Yeah, quota hiring. There you go. You know, yeah, we could that will open up a can of worms talking about that. Oh my gosh. Say, why don't they focus on paying the military a little bit more during wartime? How about that for diversity, equality, inclusion? Do you know how much money I got paid in 2004, 2005 to be at war as a uh, E5 enlisted petty officer in the Navy? It's actually a second class petty officer in the Navy, but equivalent to E5, which is nothing. I mean, I was a nobody, but what do you think? What do you think my hourly rate was in 2004, 2005? It's not including hazardous duty pay and subsistence, which is food, not including that, but the base rate for a sergeant in the military. That's what I was equivalent. The second class petty officer is equivalent to a sergeant. What do you think my hourly rate was over in Iraq, 2004, 2005? I was getting when I left. I'm sorry. When I got paid, when I got back from Iraq, I had a job waiting for me for $25 an hour. Back in 2004, 2005. So based on that, um, try the hourly rate. What do you think the hourly rate was per day or per hour? Like I said, a paramedic position was waiting for me when I got home from Iraq, and they paid me 24 dollars an hour. And Jeff's guess is 18 bucks an hour as a sergeant. How about Salina, U.S. Coast Guard, 2-year enlistment. Well, the Coast Guard is molded after the United States Navy, so hoorah! How cool! That would have been another opportunity. Had I known more about the Coast Guard, I might have considered um, joining the Coast Guard because they have equivalent rank and jobs rates because they're out on boats as well, ships. Hoorah, Jeff. God created a great thing, United States military. Praise God for the military. What did he make, Salina? A what? Squate. Oh, a minesweeper. So, what era was Dad? Jeff, was that Vietnam? Or uh, it would be more like Korea for your dad. Was it World War II or what? Oh, he didn't make squat. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay, okay, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, one of the only wooden. Really? That was actually had a wooden ship over in Vietnam. I'll be dang. Gotcha. Yeah, towards the end of the conflict there. Sounds like my ex-father-in-law. He was a reconnaissance backseater in a F-4 Phantom. He married a lady from Bangkok, Thailand, who had two girls already. And I ended up marrying one of his daughters. And then, unfortunately, that marriage fell apart in 1998, officially 2000. And then I got remarried and currently married to this day to my second spouse. So, yeah, I used to speak with Mr. Eusebio. He was a major officer in the United States Air Force. He used to tell me a little bit about his experience in an F-4 Phantom. I was a paramedic, yeah, and a Navy corpsman. Paramedic, I started my EMS career in 1989 and then went back to school in 1992. And my paramedic career was 93 through 2008. And then in 1999, at 36 years old, I brought my paramedic license into a recruiter's office, a recruiter's trailer, having heard about a program called APG, which is Advanced Pay Grade. And I asked about this program that I had heard about. And they said, "What do you do for a living?" I said, "I'm a paramedic." And they said, "Oh, we can make you a medic." That was the Army recruiter. And I was like, "Okay, thank you very much," as I walked out of the room with his brochures, with him still casting the hook, trying to land me. And then I went over across the hallway to the Navy side, and he did the same thing. "Oh, what do you do for a living?" I said, "I'm a paramedic." He said, "We can make you a corpsman." And I've told this story before. My dad always had a plaque on the wall, United States Navy 64 through 68 or something like that on his wall, 4 years. And that was really kind of a subliminal little, memory I had of my dad being in the Navy. So yes, because of that, I was leaning more towards the Navy. And so I accepted the offer eventually, and I met him at a Denny's restaurant, a 24-year-old recruiter, and I was 36, 2 months before my 37th birthday. And the cutoff age for the military at the time was 37. It is now 42. You can Google it. And uh, yeah, that allows you to do 20 years still as a reservist. 37 to plus 20 is 57, and now it's 42. So 42 plus 20 is 62. Just happens to be about how old I am right now. Had I stayed in, I would have retired from the United States Navy in 19. Let's see, I was 37, and I would have. That was 5 years ago, thereabouts. 5 years ago, I could have retired. But I did my 8-year reserve contract, and I got out of the Navy in 2007, 1999 to 2007. So yeah, I signed an 8-year contract as a reservist, and then I got deployed in 2004, and I got placed with the 123 Marines out of Houston, Texas, and I did one tour to Iraq, providing medical support for the 123 Marines. So yeah, it was the note I ended on. That's how I ended my Navy career, was OIF, OEF, or vice versa, with the Marine Corps. That was a pretty cool, overall, a pretty cool experience. Interrupted by moments of chaos, but all in all, it was the most boring camp out of my life. How's that? Interrupted by moments of chaos. I think that answered your question, Jeff. Selina says my older brothers were brown water Navy patrol boat, fiberglass, during the Vietnam conflict. Yep, in Nam. Thank you. I just kind of covered that up as I was asking the question. How cool. Although that would have been, yeah, I don't know. I haven't been there, but just from what we were fed, brown water Navy didn't look like a very safe gig, in itself. So I would love to speak with somebody, um, and just kind of hear the real story, overall, was it fun? Was it hectic? Was it, depending on where you were, that that's more than likely the answer. Kind of like where I was, depending on where you were, determined what you were going to experience. Are you ready to help deport 25 million people? Is that how many? 25 what? Is that what the numbers are now? Well, you know what? Um, all I want to do, all I expect is just for him to pick up where he left off, and let's just see what happens. Let him clean up what was done, and have him continue where he left off, and let's just go from there. That's it. He's got to stay alive in order to do it, and God forbid, something happens. But we just found out how close it can, how fast it can happen. And that all comes down to what we were talking about earlier is, that's the question is, really, and I won't elaborate, I don't think, but it's not whether if it's going to happen, it's when, and when it does, where's your soul going to end up? And we'll leave it at that. And that's really the most important question is, are you 100% sure you know where you're going to end up when you take your last breath? Returning schools to the states will stop this drag queen story time and litter boxes for furries. Gosh, that's a great way of putting it. Unbelievable. How about returning schools to the truth will stop this chaos? That's incredible. I mean, that's unreal where that how that just got out of hand. How can how can why didn't we hear about, or did we? I didn't listen, so maybe you guys did, but why didn't we hear the president step in and say, "Okay, this has got to stop." I mean the president, not the other levels. I mean like the top of the chain. Did we ever hear Biden say, "Okay, this nonsense, this drag queen story needs to stop"? There you go. Thank you, Jeff. Seriously, I'm asking, I'm a serious question. Did you ever hear Biden step in and say, whoa, 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 wait a minute, what's going on here? This has got to stop. Did he actually step in and say, do something about it? Oh my gosh. Maybe you guys, it sounds like you guys are more versed on, um, the inside going ons. I haven't been listening, and I've done it on purpose because it's like, I don't really care what Biden. I love it. The Christmas. You need to show up more, Jeff. I like your words. It's like you're saying everything politically correct, but it just says it perfectly. Did you, Jeff, were you here earlier? I had people come in from foreign countries saying, "What is happening to the US?" I thought the US was the most and it's their feelings, their true feelings, and the way they portray the USA. Foreign countries. We had people from foreign countries popping in saying, "What's happening to America?" I thought America was the most respected country in the world, and I was almost embarrassed. And I thought, you know what? There you go. There you go. America still is looked at as the model nation of the world. There are people still thinking that way of our country. There are people wanting to get into our country and get away from the what England was doing to their people before people defected from that country and came to this land and started America because of the tyranny that they were going through. And now those people today are looking at our country asking, what's happening to your country? Did you hear what I said? I had people in here at the very beginning from foreign countries. I mean, they were like, it was like their heart was coming out and asking, what is happening? And I'm like, oh my gosh, I was like looking through my fingers, like, but actually I was able to I knew exactly what they're coming from. I worked with people from a foreign country, from Yugoslavia, Albania, and Iraq, over in Iraq when I was there, when I was deployed. And I got to drink coffee and drink tea and eat yogurt, real Iraqi yogurt and figs and and snacks over coffee and tea with them every night for that 7 months I was there. And we talked just in general about life stuff, about their culture, about their upbringing, their religion, their whatever. Just people talking to people, and they were telling me, this is my Iraqi interpreter, Safwan. I've got a blog I wrote about. You'll have to read it. Let me post it real quick. I've posted it before. And it's a nothing website. I just started it when I got back from Iraq. I started writing what they call after action stories um, that I was encouraged to get off my chest um, when I got back. So I wrote about just some of my experiences on this blog spot. Sorry, I'm misspelling it here. Excuse me. I'm typing with an Xbox controller, so forgive me. But this website, you might have to just copy and paste it because you can only go to the you can only click on URLs if you're a moderator, and unfortunately you're not. So, but anyways, Yeah, I've posted a few stories. I wrote about this particular person I'm talking about. His name's Safwan. He's an ex-Iraqi pilot, and he was one of our interpreters. And I share just a short bit about who he was and what he thought of when he pictured America. Like if you mentioned America, and then let him express, what's your impression of America? And I share on this article or this story about what he thought of America when you during Christmas time. And that's just an example of, how an outsider or a foreigner to the USA, what they think about when they hear America. One of the things he thought of was John Denver, Country Road, the song Country Road in particular, and a Christmas tree during Christmas time. He's Muslim, but when he hears America, this is what he thinks about: John Denver, Country Road, Christmas, a Christmas tree. He would actually buy a model Christmas tree and decorate it himself and put it in his room and put lights on it. So it's like, this is what foreigners think of America. This is what they picture. And I had people popping in the room and they were expressing, what's happening to America. And I thought, we gotta, we gotta, we gotta get Trump back into office. Just let him work his magic. He's a business mogul. He's a real estate mogul. Let him change the world. Watch. Just give him some time and watch what he does for America. And not only America, but while he's doing that for America, watch how the other countries respond. Watch how they change. Yeah, let me join or scroll back here a little bit here. Um, is this another live stream? Join Jovan at 7 a.m. Central. Is that a like a podcast or is a? I'll let you answer that here in a minute as well. I've got info on bonus holes and the adiatic tomes for minors, which is ridiculous. California allows without parental permission. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I want to see that. Unbelievable. Sorry about that. It got away from me. My brother came back from Nam, worked as a diesel mechanic for a BNSF. Railroad. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Gosh, I got a story about, I don't know if it was BNSF, but I got a story I'll tell you in a minute. Yeah. Well, that's cool. As a matter of fact, I have a brother-in-law, my wife's uncle, sorry, works for a railroad. He used to be a Toyota Lexus mechanic, and then he was offered a job with a railroad in uh, uh, Illinois, and now he's working as a mechanic for the railroad. I don't remember what railroad it is. Um, this is George Soros level funding. Uh, Dang, scary stuff, Jeff. But that's awesome. All the institutions are screwing what's left of the decent public with weird. Gosh, the youth are lost. I know, dude. I know. I know. Unbelievable. Think about what it. I don't even want to think about it. It's out of control. Unbelievable. See, this is what I've been missing, and thank God. I mean, this you guys, what I'm reading, it just increases my level of anxiety of what I already like figured was happening, but I just didn't really want to. I really didn't want to know. Except YouTube, is that what you mean, platform wise? Unreal. Wow. I'm serious. Like you guys are like bringing up emotions in me that are just scary. Scary stuff, man. Gotcha. The person you're talking about, Jeff, is that George Soros or Joe Van? No, no, no. Yeah, you'll have to tell me. Is that George you're talking about? His channel? Yeah, Joe Van. Okay, okay. Got you. His YouTube channel was canceled, but you're able to still tune in via what? Um, he's got a website or something, podcast? Because you said earlier that you've been following him for years, for 4 years. Yeah, I do, Jeff. Underneath my description, my channel description, if you just click on it and drop it down, the drop down menu for the channel description, at the bottom somewhere down there, it says email, and it walks you through a make sure you're not a robot thing. Click on that, and then it'll reveal the email, and that is pop mailed to my Gmail, so I'll get it. Yeah, it's a Hotmail email that I have underneath my description, but it's pop mailed to my Gmail account, so I get whatever Hotmail I is posted. Yeah, do me a favor, because I can click on my channel and drop it down, and there it is. I've had other people say it's not there, but I, uh, yeah, it's there. So I'm wondering why somebody would have said that. It was just one person in particular. So cool. Well, I'd be interested to, um, yeah, to just pop in and give them a listen. Ukraine upper class are partying uh, all over Southern Europe while they are sending lots of men to trenches to go club the EU. Sure. Yeah. Just yeah. Click on the you'll see the channel description below the name, I believe, and then it drops down, and you'll if you scroll down, it'll say email address or info or whatever, and then you click on it, and it makes you prove you're not a robot, and then a bot, and then it'll list the email. So I wonder, yeah, help me, Selena. The nurses, of course, got my attention. Is so they're probably advertising for overseas foreign workers to come over and help them out with their medical needs, their medical requirements. Yeah, I wonder what kind of, I mean, I've already done the same. I've looked in foreign countries just curious about like paramedic positions, and they're all over, and they pay pretty pennies to go overseas and work, for a contractor. And I would imagine they're probably doing the same in the Ukraine for medical support, just like they're opening up their, it looks like their military, um, advertising, because there's people from the US and other foreign countries assisting their efforts. Anyone to come, they'll take you easy. Yeah. 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 You've heard obviously what Trump has said. He says, what did he say? I'll end that conflict in what, 48 hours? I'm thinking to myself, what's he going to do? I mean, it makes me excited. It's like, what's he thinking? How's he going to do it? Yeah. Being used for the wrong reason by the Biden administration. I could see that. Yeah, pretty evil stuff going on. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, incredible. Oh. Yeah, you did see, I'm sorry, Jeff. You already posted. Right, you see the links, but not an email. I see PayPal, Patreon, and yeah, buy me a coffee. Correct. Let me go there. Um, if I disappear, don't leave. Kind of like you. Um, I'm still on if I disappear. It won't end my live. It'll just kick me off stage, like if you've seen it happen before, and I'll be right back. Let me go to my channel. This is not a laptop. It's an actual Xbox. I'm using it on my TV. I'm doing this live stream on my TV with my camera, external digital SLR attached to my Xbox as my webcam. So, anyways, gotcha. I'll be right back. And I can still talk to you as long as I'm still connected. If you don't hear me, then I'm gone. So, I usually hear my music in the background, but I don't have that on right now. Yeah, if I click on the two more links, I'll click on that, and then there's channel details below the Buy Me a Coffee, PayPal, and Patreon. I'm back. Oh my goodness. Now that was unexpected. My whole TV shut off. It's like even my tabs disappeared. I'm back to like one tab, my StreamYard, and I had to log back on. I had to enter my password of the whole 9 yards. Oh my gosh. Anyways, um, Pompano's speech, Trump's response, you should have told us. I asked him to check something about it, took him out of line. He should be right back. Oh, there you go. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I looked, Jeff. I don't know if you heard me, but I can see below the stream PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, and Patreon. Below that, it says even more info, and it gives my email address link, and then my YouTube channel address, and so on, some other information. But even if it, I don't know why you're not able to find that, but I don't have a problem. Again, this is, I'll just give the prefix so that it avoids any um, the prefix to my Hotmail account, and just email there that at hotmail.com, and it'll go to my Gmail. Okay, just use that at hotmail.com, and that'll do it. You should be good to go. As a matter of fact, that's my, if you saw, that's my PayPal email. A little plug there. But yeah, you can see that. You can see that address on the PayPal link. I was telling people earlier, just to throw in this now that I'm on the subject, is I'm not a monetized channel, not yet. I have enough subscribers, but I don't have enough watch hours yet. It requires you to, for people to watch your content a certain amount of time per year, and that in order to be monetized, you need to get 3,000 to get the super chat monetization, and 4,000 hours in order to collect revenue from ads, as well as the super chat donation um, uh, icon that pops up when you're monetized. I'm not there yet, and but in the meantime, I posted, as you saw, PayPal, Buy Me a Coffee, and Patreon. Um, just a little info about those three. As you might know already, if you've got a PayPal account, you can contribute to somebody else's. You can send money to somebody else. All it requires is you to have a PayPal account, which doesn't cost anything, but it does require you to have an email address and yada yada yada. Um, that enables you to donate to anybody's PayPal account, and they will get pretty much 100% of what you give them. I think there might be a processing fee of $1.99 or whatever. I don't think that is incurred by them. But anyways, eh, PayPal doesn't take but a few pennies compared to what YouTube does. If you click on a super chat icon and contribute to somebody, that user is only going to get 70%. And this isn't misinformation. I've researched it. I was monetized once before. I know. YouTube takes 30%. I only get 70%. Okay, that's through the super chat button. Buy Me a Coffee, I'm not sure what they keep, but they do charge, a percentage. And then as well as Patreon. Um, Out of $20, I would get $17 in change. So whatever that percentage equates to. So, but PayPal is the best uh, source to contribute through. So, anyways, that's my little plug about being able to donate to somebody else's channel. You can, it's easier, it is user friendly to just click on that, to click on that super chat button, and donate the $10, the $5, whatever, $2, the $20, whatever you want to donate. But only 70% of that goes to the channel user. And as a monetized channel, you have to reach $100 before you can cash out and get your first paycheck. Of course, you can let it ride and let it build as much as you want, but you can request a check to be mailed to you after you reach the $100 minimum. But again, if you donate $10, I'm only getting 7. They're getting 3. YouTube gets 3. So just a little, now that you know that, you're like, well, maybe I should just donate through PayPal, and that way they get, 90+% of the contribution as opposed to 70-30. And whatever Buy Me a Coffee charges and or Patreon. What does that equate to? Out of $20, it cost about, they take about $3 of that. So it's $1.50 per $10. That's 1.5%. So 3%. Yeah, I guess that's what it would be. Yeah, 10, no. 10% is $1. That would be 20% would be $2. So it's even more than that. Out of $20, they get $3. So it's more than 20%. 25%? Maybe that's what it is. 75, 25? That sounds right. Yeah, $2 plus another dollar. That would be 5 more percent. That's what it is, 25%. I don't know why that math took me long, but yeah, that would be 25% Patreon takes, and the user gets 75%. Yeah, 10% of $10 is $1. 20% is $2, and then they take $3. Yeah, it's like 25% Patreon. So they're a little better than YouTube. Is it 15? Staying corrected. Um, it's better than YouTube, but still, it's not as good as PayPal. I just today, or was it today? Yesterday, I gave $20. Actually, it was an American guy in would be $5 of 20. 10% of $10 is $1. 20% of $20 is $2. So another dollar would be 5 more percent of $20. $3 is 25% of $20. No, that wouldn't be right. Yeah, I'm doing it backwards. That means 4 times 3 would be 12. That wouldn't be right. You're right. Yeah, it would be $5 of 20. Okay. So anyways, yeah, so it's 85.15. Sorry. And so much for my math. Yeah. Yeah, I think if it's under a certain amount, if it's over a certain amount with PayPal, then they incur a fee. But I just sent $20 to a guy in Kentucky, and he's got a YouTube channel who recently brought his fiance over from the Philippines, and they're now living in Kentucky. And I just got my attention and been chatting with them recently, and decided to congratulate them and uh, send them $20. And there was no fee, at least on my end. I sent $20 and I just got an email saying that $20 was sent. So yeah, it's kind of known in the live stream community that, if you want to send money, use PayPal as opposed to YouTube, because YouTube will, they charge 70/30. So, but anyways, yeah, I appreciate you, Jeff, for coming in. Um, yeah, I just kind of left it up to the audience to determine what we're going to talk about tonight. Usually I'll come in with, some story or stories plural to talk about my prior EMS experiences, which are always fun to rehash and talk about. I'll have more in the future. I'm hoping, I've said this before, I'm hoping to get organized and get some medical pre-hospital and or emergency medical and or even military. Now that I'm thinking of it, somebody else mentioned it. Why not include or diversify the audience? But my original thought was to, get some fellow paramedics that either I knew or that I don't know, that have either worked in the business or are currently working in the business, and have them on board and just let's talk shop about prior calls and crazy experiences that, we've experienced. Because if I can think of stories that are just, you know, uh, out there and get people's attention, then, other people's stories can do the same. And why not have a talk show, a regular talk show where I have guests on, and yeah, it's like a reality, 911 talk show. People sharing outrageous, bizarre stories that the average person doesn't even realize goes on, in their neighbor's home. I always use that because the people that we are responding on are somebody's neighbors. So it's always bizarre, to hear about these things that I've actually experienced that you'd never know about unless someone else shares about it. Have you ever heard a 911 call about a guy who hit a deer, uh, put in the back seat? It came alive. What? Beat him in the neck. He finds a phone booth and a dog is attacking him while talking to the 911. What? Are you serious? Like all of this really happened? Now the deer thing sounds feasible, but then what? He went in the phone booth to talk, what, to call 911, and a dog was biting him while he's talking to the 911 operator? I wouldn't put it past that story being real. I will. 911 deer? Oh my gosh. That's awesome. Well, here, since you're on the subject, let me think of something bizarre. Speaking of deers, now that brings me back to Oregon. In 1996 to 98, I found a job up in Washington County, Oregon. Um, I wasn't sure quite then how to apply my paramedic position, whether to look for a private ambulance company to work for and or a fire department to work for. So I was submitting resumes to both, and I actually got a response from both up in Oregon. And one was with a fire department, and another was a private ambulance. And I actually interviewed both places, and I ended up accepting the job at this private ambulance company up in Washington County, Oregon. It's suburbs of Portland. So I'm up there working, and this wasn't a crazy call, but on the hitting a deer subject, I was out working at the time, working a night shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m. And we didn't have like apartment complex to hang out in while we were, not running calls. Our our quarters was our ambulance. And so we hung out in our ambulance and we just posted what they call posted, meaning we would drive to a particular location that they had on their computer. It was computer determined. They had a computer algorithm that placed ambulances throughout the county, and that provided the best response time to a certain area that the computer determined to have the most traffic at a certain time during the day or night. And so the computer would literally move us, and the dispatch would call us and say, Unit 12, move to post whatever. And so we'd be moving throughout the night and or sleeping in our ambulance, resting, monitoring our radios. So I'm actually moving from one post to, um, I love it. You see, even claims adjusters hear these stories because they're like a link to what we do. Um, it's in that that link because there's tow companies that respond to our calls and so on. And so um, I'm on the road. I think we're moving from one post to another, and all of a sudden we get this frantic. The radio. It's like we have if I remember correctly, we have like a protocol that we and radio codes that we use. And if you have emergency traffic, you literally are saying that over the air over and over again. Emergency traffic, Unit 12, emergency traffic. And you're telling the dispatch and everybody else listening to stay off the air because somebody's got emergency traffic. And so all of a sudden the radio lights up with this unit. I mean, and this person is like, you can hear his um, voice at that upper, that upper range, and he's yelling, emergency traffic, emergency traffic, emergency traffic. And so everybody's like staying off the radio, and this guy comes on, or the dispatch comes on. It's like, go ahead and unit 12, or I'm just making up a unit. And he's like, he said it so, I even said afterward, that guy must have been in the military, and I can't do justice to how he sounded, but it was so organized and so put together and systematic. It was like the first time I had heard this, and it was so clear and so systematic and organized. And he gave this systematic radio call. It was like Unit 12, um, emergency traffic, emergency traffic. Uh, we've just hit a deer at such and such location. There's two people on board. Nobody's hurt. There's one vehicle involved. There's one patient or one occupant in that vehicle. Stand by for further. And it was like gung 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 because he said it, and we're like, whoa, check this. Everybody's listening. And it was like, so he hit a deer. Um, everybody's okay. And you can hear his partner. It was a female in the passenger. She's like, "Oh my god!" out. You can hear her in the background. Holy bleep! And apparently another vehicle got involved, and it hit another vehicle, or the ambulance struck another vehicle, and so and unfortunately nobody was hurt. The we ended up seeing the ambulance after the incident, and it had deer crap all spread over the front hood and the windshield. Scared the what right out of the deer, killed it. And it had a deer grate on the front of the ambulance, so it was damaged. But it was just an incredible sequence of events, and the radio call, I wish they'd had it recorded. It was just perfect. So anyways, let me read some more of what you're posting here. There's a rumor that Tesla's dispatched tow trucks to an accident before cops to hide self-driving problem. What? uh, did you see that one YouTube video of the guy that's asleep behind the wheel behind his Tesla, and the Tesla's driving down the interstate, and the cops are trying to pull him over, and they're putting their sirens on and getting on their PAs, and they're trying to wake him up. And eventually he wakes up and he's like, "Whoa!" And he pulls over, and they like really lay into him, and the guy's like, "Hey, I was awake. What do you mean I was asleep?" He's like, "No, you weren't." But I thought about that video, and I thought, well, you know what? The Tesla was doing its job, and the police officers were trying to cite him for irresponsible driving or something. And I thought, hey, girl in the mirror, I see you. But I thought about it afterwards, and I thought, well, dude, you shouldn't have denied that you were sleeping. Just tell him, I didn't realize I fell asleep. And the Tesla was doing its job. It was protecting him. It was. But they showed the chest cam or the dash cam or something. It actually got the car and recorded it. And the guy was mouth open, reclined back, sleeping. And the car was driving itself down the road. My wife's Lexus does that, but it will stop the car before anything, because the self steering eventually starts vibrating and the lights are flashing, and a tone comes on trying to wake you up, and if you don't respond, it will shut off, and then the car will be in the mode of, if it detects any object in front of you, and if it does, it'll break you to a stop, whether you're off the road going into the ditch or if you're actually approaching the bumper of another car. It'll stop you. So it's not as proficient as a Tesla, but I use that feature all the time when I'm driving. And I'll keep my finger on the steering wheel just to let the steering wheel know it's actually got a sensor, and if it doesn't sense you touching it, the 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 warning and the lights will start flashing. So I'll either use my knee or I'll use my finger on the steering wheel, and otherwise I'll just let it drive. And the speed is automatically set, and the steering is staying between the lines. But it's a safety feature, not supposed to be used as a auto drive feature. Well, you know what? It's 5 in the morning, and I better get the heck off of this thing before it gets too late. Wait a minute. There's 9 people supposedly watching. Are you guys there? Are there 9 people? Do you want to come in and fill the text waves before I get off, and um, create a little a rush of traffic before I sign off? Who else is Eyeballing. I can see you out there. Oh, we're down to 7 now. I just scared people off. Stop swiping, guys, and come in. Or I can say see ya and end this um, chaos here. Who commented? I'm sorry, I'm coming back. There it is. Good question. Somebody else asked me that, Jeff, and um, in the past, I haven't really had a schedule. It's kind of a random thing, but lately I've been doing this, and that's like from somewhere around midnight, Eastern Standard Time, USA, to now, anytime thereafter. Not after 5, after midnight. So right around 11, 12, and then whatever hours it takes me to. It looks like I've been on 4 hours tonight, so it looks like I came on about 1, um, this early morning. But I wanna get onto a, well, I call it a regular human being schedule, but for now, I'm kinda doing the late night, uh, 11 till to be determined or midnight. Oh, you are? But normally sleeping before 2? Well, it's where are you, Jeff? I'm sorry, are you oh, no, it was the other person that was in Georgia. I don't know if you said where you are. Are you West Coast or on the other coast? Pacific Standard Time? Central? Did you say you're in Georgia? Or was that Ah, okay. Georgia, all right. You are I'm sorry, I get confused easily. Yeah, same time zone. Well, you can still catch me before 2. Yeah, I'm usually on before 2. All right, Mr. Jeff. Appreciate it. Thanks for stopping in there. And yeah, appreciate the details there. That's pretty you and Salina. That's Salina, Kansas, and it's not Selena. It's Salina. Actually, my mom got remarried, and the stepdad is from Salina, Kansas. So Presley, you're back. Have you been like hanging out the whole time? Thank you if you have. As they say, have you been in the background the whole time? Hey Jeff, again, yeah, drop me an email. I'd love to get that info from you. Cool. Good to go. Cool. All right, bro. You too. As you were. Very good, Presley. Well, thanks for popping back. I'm actually considering shutting this thing down. And yeah, maybe you'll see me. Let's see. Today's Tuesday. Today's Wednesday. Alexa, what's today? Today is Wednesday, July 7th. career when I was 19 years old because of Hukumba. Like, how did you know about Hukumba? Well, that's out towards Arizona. You're not in or close to um, the Colorado River right there. Um, God, I'm drawing blanks. Isn't that amazing? When we went to the river, what part of Arizona is that? Right there, San Diego, Colorado River. On the other side is what, Arizona? Oh my gosh. Anyways, that route you'll go through Hukumba, Highway 8 going eastbound. Yeah, I went through an instruction beginning rock climbing course in Hukumba. And not to be difficult, but it's Jacumba. Hukumba. Yeah. Yuma. Thank you. Gosh, Gary. Of course. We always went to Yuma. That was the thing to do when you were starting to graduate from high school. When you're starting to get older, when you got a car, the kids would get together and carpool and all their beach stuff and boats if they had one and go to the river there in Yuma. It was called Fisher's Landing. Are you familiar with Fisher's Landing in Yuma? Well, it's on the California-Yuma border, California-Arizona border. I believe it's in Arizona. It's called Fisher's Landing. That was the popular go-to destination where you could rent a little outboard, a little boat with an outboard, bring it to your campsite, dock it right there on the shore, camp out on the shore. Sorry about that. I lost my mic. I lost my mic there for a second. Make sure I still got it. Yep, I'm still good. My controller went to sleep. It does that like every 10 minutes. So I gotta make sure I'm operating the toggle where it goes to sleep. Um, yeah, so is that how you found out about uh Huck, Apple Pays there in Julian? Matter of fact, there's a really cool. Have you ever been through Alpine, California? It's the next. It's like further south of Julian. If you actually are like, if you take that road that starts to head north in the foothills and you end up going through Julian, you'll pass through Alpine before you get to Julian. It's like, I don't know how far it is outside of Julian, but Alpine is a really quaint, small kind of mountain town outside of, I think it's still in San Diego County, but it's called Alpine, California. Had a friend that lived there and worked there. Those types of memories, makes me want to go back to California and just do it again, and now that I'm older, experience it. I did get a chance with my now wife to go there with her dad, who's from the Philippines, and he came out and lived with us for a little while. And we took him up there through. I believe we went through. Um, I know we went through Julian, and we continued up into the San Gabriel Mountains, up into Big Bear Lake, and showed him that route. Hmm, that's right, in Alpine. Oh my gosh, you're small world, Presley. Now, are you a lady or a man? It's like I'm watching your sentences and trying to figure out, is that a woman or is that a guy typing that? 50-50 chance, a lady. Again, pardon me for crunching on crackers. A male. See, I was wrong. Well, nice to meet you. And cool that you actually know. It kind of makes me homesick even more when I got somebody who's recalling, places that I grew up with. I worked in Yuma, not Yuma, but El Centro, right there near the border. I worked as a flight paramedic um, on a fixed wing aircraft, plural. One was based in El Centro, and the other was in Mexicali, um, flying a Mitsubishi turboprop. I didn't fly, but I flew on a Mitsubishi turboprop that was based in Mexicali. I believe it was Mexicali. I know you've heard that before. And I've even got a little more coffee left. Boy, I'm styling. Coffee and crackers. Reminds me of Iraq. We had our little snack routine. Usually there was a block of cheese, one of those little triangles of cheese or Gouda or whatever other cheese they had, and then some kind of meat, whether it was those pepperoni sticks or the Iraqi guys had their favorite was yogurt, Iraqi yogurt with their dates, fresh dates and yogurt. It was like a big snack that they ate a lot of. That's it. Yeah, where the Blue Angels are based out of El Centro Naval Air Station. Yep, yep, yep. Um, uh oh, My battery died already? That was short. Well, you know what? I think I did this before. That'll just be a subliminal message that I'm going to end my live stream. Um, Presley, I know you wanted me to stay on another hour, but I didn't make it to an hour. So I'm just going to use that clue to head out like an infant, and we'll do this again. I hope I can come back on tonight around midnight. Yeah. So I almost made it. Well, I made it 40 minutes, or actually, it's only been a half hour since you wanted me to stay on. Yeah, it was like at 10 minutes after 5. It's now 40 minutes after 5, so. Or almost 40 minutes. Oh, I never answered your question. Let me, I didn't live there. I worked there as a flight paramedic. I actually used to drive from San Diego to El Centro and or further up north along the border, California border in, oh my goodness, what was the name of the little town where they had where there was an airport there and their quarters where we lived in for 3 or 4 days at a time. I forget the name. But anyways, you asked, how did I end up in New Jersey? In a nutshell, Iraq is how I ended up back here. My wife's family resides in this area where we live now. Sisters and brothers and aunt. And while I was in Iraq, she moved back here to be with her family. So when I demobilized and got back from Iraq, instead of sending me back to California, was where I originated, I asked them to change my orders and send me up to Philadelphia so I could reunite with my wife. And so that was how I ended up back here. I did convince her to move back to San Diego for 4 years. I mentioned that earlier, from 2007 to 2011. But that only lasted 4 years before she wanted to get back to her family and be around them. And so we've been back here since 2012. So just life events brought me across the United States. And I've driven 5 times from Jersey to San Diego and back. A total of 5 trips since I originally relocated back here. After Iraq, I've done it 5 times. If I have enough time, it's not bad. But to do it, to see how fast I can do it, no. Never do that again. I did it once and I paid the price. But I'm out of here, Presley. Thanks again. Really. It's nice to see people, and familiar people, especially familiar people, come back. And yeah, that was it. I call it the squeaky wheel got the grease. Eventually, at the 2-year mark, the wheel started squeaking, and I kept saying no, no, no. Why? And then I don't know, something, internet search, or yeah, it was just an internet search, and I started wondering, well, if we did move back there, what would I want to have in place before I go, before I pull the trigger? And I ended up finding you know, those things and put it in motion. And next thing you know, I told my wife, hey, honey, you still want to move back to New Jersey? And of course, the answer was yes. So I said, let's go. Really? Yep. And the rest is history. Do I miss California? Well, you already know the answer to that. So, all right, Presley. Good night. And yeah, stay cool. Oh my gosh, stay cool. And anybody else, Nasrin Yusuf, if you're still there, and Girl in the Mirror, I'm out of here, guys. As you were, I'd salute you, but I don't have a camera, so. Later, guys, gals. It's been real. It's been fun. It's been real fun. See ya.